Sangry Protocol. I'm Kate, I'm a hobby skin developer / YouTuber. Sorry, I am super late. I was caught up in conversations, and also after watching a really interesting GDC talk. And also trying to figure out some stuff for this. But, I am now actually getting streaming. A little late, but we are fine. We're doing fine. I'm gonna get back into things. In terms of things that I managed to do after stream last night, I fixed the problems with the player health bar, thankfully. I've actually done a little bit of groundwork on actually implementing some of the, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Not sound engineering. Okay, yeah.
Alert, dairy projectile incoming.
Gang cheese.
First attack.
Double what? What did him get the double of? Anyways, so, audio engineering? There's a phrase for it. Sound design. Some of the sound design that I've done in the background a few-ish days ago, and by a few, I mean probably like 8 or 9 days ago, because that was the last time that I had worked on code, and I remember like after I'd worked on code that day, I went over and did some sound design stuff. And then I was kind of looking into getting some of the framework for that implemented into the engine and noticed some things. So apparently this is new in Unity that we have just discovered. Apparently it is so new that it is only half documented in the actual Unity documentation. But I'll explain what I mean by half documented in a sec. But it's this funny little thing called a audio random container that me and Olivia discovered recently. And I discovered it because I was just like looking through some of the documentation, and then it mentioned this, name dropped this, and I'm like, what is this? And the funny thing is it is actually straight up a thing that lets me specify multiple audio clips, specify a randomization of pitch, randomization of volume. I can have it set to shuffle or random. This is actually similar. I believe Unreal Engine has a similar system to this built in, and apparently we are just now getting this in Unity 6, which is pretty cool. You can even set it to have a certain number of cycles or whatever. And it's not the most useful thing, but it is at least like saving the infrastructure that I would normally have to do myself anyways, I guess. It's still lacking some features. The thing is that audio random containers, they can be used in audio sources as the main resource that is being played. So now instead of it being directly a link to an audio clip, it is now a link to an audio resource, which can be an audio clip or one of these audio random containers. The main issue being, you cannot use this with, for example, audio source.play one shot. You cannot play these as one shot. That is still a audio clip exclusively. So that is still kind of a inherent limitation of it. But it's cool. It's pretty neat. As it stands, like, the one thing that I would be using it for, which is pitch randomization. So, like, if I actually hit the button now, you'll hear it kind of sounds a little bit different every time because I'm having it just randomize the pitch by a little bit. I'm not sure what this CT means. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm assuming this probably corresponds to the same, like, -3 to +3 that, Unity normally has. Or it may even be, like, 0 to +3, potentially. Not entirely sure. It could have to do with tone, potentially. I don't know. I'm not a music person. I am just a silly little game dev. So yeah. So I have, in fact, implemented a couple of things last night, mostly just to get better feedback on some stuff. So now, the gun actually makes noise, and also we have a hit sound, which you can kind of very barely hear it. It is supposed to be a very subtle damage sound. So if I'm shooting here, that's the sound of just the gun. And if I shoot the dummy, that's when you hear that. The player does also have its own damage sound now. So there's that. So I can dodge out of the way of things. I need to time this better. Ah, damn it. There we go. Okay, so in console, when I did that dodge, I got the message to Gray's dodge. So that's also working, by the way, but I do want to add the actual notification that's supposed to play when you get that. So you want to handle that real quick. And then you'll notice that I did fix the health bar. The health bar now works pretty well now. Actually, I might not do the death state today. I might actually work on some of the other stuff to do with the health bar. I actually kind of want to make like a ration bar, but I might not make that today. But did I did put in Gray's dodge sound. I was actually put into the project a while ago. And I'm just not getting around to it. I should also probably set up, I do have a sound that I made for Katon's dodge specifically. I was trying to do something that was, you know, paying homage to the dash sound of Mega Man X while not being directly ripped from Mega Man X, obviously, because I wouldn't want to do that. So it's a couple different sounds that are kind of layered together, and then using some like high pass filter and some EQ shenanigans to kind of give it that Mega Man X dash kind of impression to it. So I want to put that in there. Possibly also get the effects. Well, then again, I don't want to spend too much time on making the effects work, but I do have the general idea for it. Obviously, I want to do like a... I might do my own sort of pixel art smoke effect to kind of trail behind her as she does the dodge, because that would really sell it being like the Mega Man X dash. But the main thing I want to do is actually get the Gray's dodge done. Which requires a few things. So I've been meaning to set up... usually the way that I do these kinds of things in games before. So for example, with Jack Schmidt, I did something similar to this, where the player will have a player effects handler. Typically speaking. Actually, this will probably be not directly named this, because I am realizing each character is probably going to need its own different effects. And likely I'll probably just do separate components for each. Unity's fine with that. I could have a standardized model behavior class for it. I just don't think there's any inherent framework I need for that off the top of my head. Generally speaking, it is going to be the call book for other state machine code to call these kinds of effects on the player. And as it stands, I do also need a player effects handler if I am going to do the death state today. Because I do want to set in Peyton's death effect, which is going to be the Mega Man X explode type deal. I don't know if I'll be able to do the UI animation that I want to do for it, but I could probably put in like a basic prototype version of it. Okay, so, first of all, I am going to name this, I'm going to rename this first, and I'm actually going to right-click do rename, because this will also rename symbols file. Awesome. I'm going to call this generic effects handler. I want this effects handler to be for standardized effects with the player. For example, Graze Dodge is going to be a standardized effect. As I kind of established before. Another thing I do need to set up is that I do need to create what's supposed to happen with the dodge is that I want to place a sort of dummy entity health at the place that you dodged from that can also intercept projectiles as part of the Graze Dodge system. Which should be easy to do. All I need to do is create a dummy entity health. I'm going to make it non-mortal, so turn the is mortal flag off, which means it'll be allowed to take damage, but it will not be allowed to die, because it should just be a object that is cleaned up whenever necessary. It is also not linked to, it's not linked to a player object, it's not linked to an enemy object, it's not linked to fucking anything. It is just going to be the entity health, and then all I really need to do is on that entity health, I can set the, do I have the entity health pinned? No, I don't. Maybe I'll pull it up real quick. All I do is set the damage redirect handler to the same damage redirect handler that's going to be used for the player. And again, part of what's going to happen is, so I'll probably also, I could potentially, I might not need to, but it might still be useful. Just throw on it a component that is just a timer that when the player that it belongs to is done dashing, it should clean itself up. Is there your protocol, Benitez? How are you doing? Well, are you gonna post Morgie? You said Morgie, but are you gonna post Morgie? There it is. Oh, it ended up posting a lowry instead. Oh well. It's still good. The intent was understood. I need more water. I did actually have to refill the water reservoir. That's probably why I'm low on water, because I didn't actually fill my water up all the way. Because the reservoir was out. Anyways, yeah, I was just going over stuff that we've set up. Yeah, that's I was going over just now how I wanted to place behind a after image. And I actually want enemies to target that after image anytime the player is dashing, as kind of part of the effects of that. I think it makes sense. But for now, player generic effects handler. Again, the primary thing I want to do with this for now is going to be the Graze Dodge effect. Again, this is a standard kind of pattern that I implement these days with these types of games. Specifically, Jack Schmidt, I did something similar to this, where there was a component that was dedicated solely to being a phone book for all of the particle effects and sound effects used by the player, as well as something that would handle various other kinds of things that need extra processing, such as with Jack Schmidt, I had a system that would handle how the sliding sound effect would work, because it has a looping sound effect that needs to end at a certain point. It also needs to fade out when the player stops sliding. So that's what I have this sort of pattern for, is that sometimes the effect handler will also handle the effects in a special way. And the idea is also to, again, just like have them be abstracted out. Again, the idea is that this is a phone book, but not necessarily direct phone book, where I can have a method on this object that will be like play graze dodge effect, and that's going to be how that how that has happened, how that is handled. Another thing I'm probably going to want to do is in player states generic. I'm going to store the position that we started our dodge at. Dodge start position. On player state handle entered. After we check our dodge direction, we also want to do dodge start position, set it to player transform position. That way, when handle damage is called here, we want to play those effects at that position. The idea being, obviously, I shouldn't have to call back to the player, but I might need to call back to the player. So real quick, I'm going to throw in a component reference. This is not in the right namespace. This needs to be in the toaster gun namespace. Now player status is available. Again, player status is generally speaking like the top level part of the player object. Which is generally speaking, I tend to take whatever is the most like identifying component of it, like identifying for what the player is, and that's gonna be the component that I make the sort of king of the component, the king of the object. And that's the one that kind of keeps all the references to all the other things. So of course I am also going to need to add a reference in player status to that, so that we can find this player generic effects handler through our identity. We'll put that right below movement. Player generic effects handler. Generic effects handler. Okay, so basically, we are going to do... I did also, by the way, I created another bit of infrastructure. Prefabs, disposable audio source. So disposable audio source is a audio source that has a component that will delete the object when the audio source is done playing whatever it's supposed to play. very simple. It is set up in a way, and I want to make it a static system. At the moment, it is not static, and a lot of objects kind of have their own references to it, which I'll have to fix at some point. But for now, it's functional enough. Of course, again, it would be a system that would benefit from object pooling instead of direct instantiation and destroying. But it works for now. And it's a very, very simple thing, so it's probably not that big of a deal to make it that sort of system, because it is very, very, very simplistic. It is just, you know, every update is the audio source playing. If not, delete the object. And then it just has an audio source. It's kind of built to be attached to objects as well. As it stands, it is being attached to the pistol every time it is firing. I also still need to actually make it part of this guy's thing. Whenever he fires his little gun, he does need to make a sound, which I do actually have a sound for it. Enemy gunshot rifle. And it sounds like this. Which is just a mildly edited sound effect from my SFX disc. But it is still mildly edited still, in general. I do have two types here, and I think we're gonna have like a relatively simple set of enemy sounds. Everyone is going to be, at least audio-wise, using the same guns. They will either be using a rifle or they will be using a pistol. I might still need a shotgun, actually, now that I think about it. Because there is supposed to be like a shotgunner type enemy, a couple of shotgunner type enemies that are probably going to need their own sounds to like properly sell that they are dangerous shotgun users. But I could also just tweak the existing rifle sound to make it more like a shotgun sound. That's something I might potentially do. As it stands, the pistol one is just this sound. And your ears are not deceiving you. These are actually tuned to be more bass heavy. Not bass heavy, but like, you know, their treble is turned way, way down. And that's kind of by design to distinguish those gunshots from player gunshots. As, you know, Star Pistol Ammy Fire here being a lot sharper and, you know, crunchier type deal. Part of the thinking behind that is that, you know, first-person perspective, you're going to be hearing more of the mechanical side of the gun that you are firing, and that's kind of the chief design concept I want to be going for with each of these. Is that, you know, a nice solid crack with a little bit of mechanical sounds layered kind of underneath it to sell the movement of the gun. Because I do not own any real firearms, and I'm also not entirely sure if I can just pull sound from random YouTube videos. I could, maybe, potentially. I'd actually have to look that up. See how viable that is. But as it stands, I'm not trying to make a super insanely realistic shooter. And as it stands, it is hard to make realistic gun sounds just because of the fact that you generally can't really... What's the word I'm looking for? It's hard to really quantize as a from a first-person perspective because of the fact that it is a very loud sound and most microphones are terrible at picking it up, which is why a lot of weapon sounds have to be kind of staged in a way. At least that's my understanding of it. Basically, you need some like specialized equipment to get accurate gun sounds at first-person perspective. Anyways, I am getting distracted though. So I'm gonna have a method here. For now, I'm going to start with public void graze dodge effects. I'm actually going to specify vector3 position. And what I am going to need to do, unfortunately, as I was saying before, I don't have a good way of staticking this just yet. I do need to static it at some point, but I need to figure out what the actual infrastructure of that's going to look like. So we do a private disposable audio source, disposable audio prefab. This will be a link to a asset within Unity. Actually, you know what? I don't want to use this for it. Instead, for now, I'm actually going to make this a game object. Graze, dodge, effect, prefab. Because we're actually going to have several things to this. And the way we're going to do this is... I'll make the spawning of the orbs a separate process, I think, which is handled in a different method. But you still need to figure that out. Uninstall Arch. I don't have a spare drive right now. Man, Sanger Protocol World Map. How you doing? I think all we really need to do for this, we're gonna have Graze Dodge Effect Prefab. This thing handle everything else itself, and it's going to be a very dumb object. Where I'm going to have a particle effect, and have that particle effect probably delete the entire object once it's done. That is a inherent option within particle systems in Unity. It'll also have its own audio source, but the audio source will just be a singular clip, and then we'll have it play on awake, and then the particle effect is going to handle deleting itself. I may or may not still have another thing, because, like, you know, part of it is supposed to be, the way it's supposed to be handled is I want it to look a little bit like Nier Automata's dodge. Zero idea what the hell you're doing right now. How familiar are you with the project? This is the project that we're working on. Hang on, I can show you what we're setting up right now. Or what we've got so far, I should say. Well, I'm sorry, that's what I work in. Sorry. I've tried Godot, and it's very promising, but they really seem to not like actually fixing a lot of the stuff that's wrong with the actual C# part of Godot, and I really do not like GDScript. Oh, Unreal Engine. The thing is that Unreal Engine is bloated, and it's really overkill for a lot of projects like this. where I'm trying to just do some smaller stuff. As it stands, I issue a lot of Unity stuff whenever I'm writing my code. I'm doing a lot of things myself as it stands. But yeah, I'm not gonna spend too much time trying to defend Unity or whatever. This is not the defend Unity stream. I'm working in Unity. Take it or leave it. Sometimes I absolutely hate having to work with Unity, and sometimes it's just like, well, this is what I'm experienced with. I should just not programming assembling. Yeah. Oh, who's that person recently who posted like, fucking using an engine is woke? Who was it that said using an engine is woke? That was vaguely recent, right? Oh, when was that? Somebody said using an engine is woke. Anyways, I was gonna show what we had going on. Amy probably knows who I'm talking about, because I think Amy is the only other person who's plugged into that kind of drama. Yeah, so if I actually go in here, this guy is attacking. I do take damage. The gun now makes sound. There's also hit sounds when both the player and the enemies take damage. Imagine not coding in Linux. Yeah, no, I know. And there's a good chance I'm going to have to move to Windows sometime in either 2025 or 2026. Or not to Windows, to Linux. From Windows. But for now, it's fine. But also, I'd really appreciate it if you... Welcome home, Pork. Really appreciate it if you would lay off of the inflammatory nature and just let me get my fucking work done, please, and thank you. Well, again, world map started into this with the ew Unity, and I use UE4 and the skull emoji. Should probably read the chat when you reply to the chat. What? I'll trust you on that, Amy. I will trust you on that. What am I supposed to do? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was saying that what I wanted to do was I wanted it to have a similar effect to Nier Automata, and for that, I actually needed to have its own kind of thing. Which actually, I'll probably do that, so I could probably keep it the way it is and make a very simplistic particle effect at the point, and then later, once I have the workflow for the models secured, and there's more geese. Once I have the workflow for the player models secured, I'll be able to do the effect the way that I want it to. You guys are posting more and more of these. So yeah, we'll keep it simple for now.
Alert, dairy projectile incoming.
Fantastic.
Thank you, haircuts. Okay. Rotate. I have to specify a rotation here. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. I probably could get away with just copying the current rotation of the player's transform. I can probably get away with the player's current quaternion. Rotation you get. Okay, fine. I get up and rotate. I have done it. Okay. That should be all we need for that. So I can go into player states generic. I see, we use the on damage during dodge for this. Excuse me. Here we do the debug.log. We're gonna call back into player status. Generic effects handler. Graze dodge effects. Balls. You know, it's fine. What we do is wrap this in parentheses. I was gonna say, like, oh, because we handle detecting if it's a graze dodge in the base player abilities and not in the player state, that means that we need to access the dodge position another way. And I just realized how I can do that. So first of all, I need to negate this, turn it back to player state. Player status. Current player state is player state generic dodge, and then I add here dodge state, and then that way I can just go dodge state, dodge start position. Boom, bada bing. We done it. We done it. That's all we needed. Okay. So now, I just need to create that prefab. Again, so for now I'm going to make it a generic particle effect. And then later I will actually make it look the way I want it to. But right now, the main two things that we need is the sound, and then we need an effect to tell us that we got the graze dodge. I'm also gonna go into the player object. I want to make sure that we add that generic effects handler. Let's set this guy up. First of all, audio source. I am also realizing, I'm gonna find that prefab for disposable audio source. Yeah, okay, this doesn't have the spatial blend 3D. You need to set some stuff to spatial blend 3D. I'm definitely gaming, though. Also, it refused to read that out because you said ass. That's unfortunate. One of these days I'll finally get KT Dash to read those out instead. Anyways, that's Laura's is now at 51 months. You and Amy. You said the A word. Yeah. Now that I have set disposable audio source to actually do spatial blend 3D, does that affect? Oh, it definitely affects that. I'm gonna want to turn up the turn up the min distance to 10. And max distance to 900. Could also look at what the door does. Where's our door? Door test. Yeah, I set to min distance 10, max distance 500. I do also want to change the Doppler level off. Hang on. I do have you set to spatial blend 30. I do find it kind of annoying that Unity defaults these to 2D. Okay, that should make the pistol a little bit more audible now. Changes how it sounds, though, for sure. That's all still doing pretty good. I'd say it's all pretty solid. I will want to make sure that the enemy actually starts making sounds too. We have that set up, and I just need to get that done at some point. Okay. Let's continue working on this. So that means we should probably also make sure we do something similar with this. Min distance 10, max distance 900. Spatial blend 3D, Doppler level 0. And we'll also want to give it the graze dodge sound. Alright. And then I'm just going to add a particle effect underneath it. Actually, I'm going to add the particle effect at it. I just realized. It is going to be buggy because it's I'm not creating it in the way Unity expects, so it creates this. That's fine. I just need to. We're just going to actually go ahead and open editor on it. First up. No, not rectangle. Noticing not seeing a cylinder. I was hoping to see a cylinder here. I think technically you do that with cone, but you know what? It might actually make more sense for us to do box. Have an idea here. Emit from shell. That still doesn't quite do what I wanted it to. I need to kind of emit in 4 different directions, but I could also just kind of settle for what we've got going on here. Oh, I see what that's doing. I don't think we want edge either. I wonder if edge itself would work as an emitter. Probably not. I'm just gonna settle for a circle for now. I want to rotate it 90 degrees here. I'm just going to position it slightly upwards in the y-axis. Oh, I see. It's at y0, and that's not actually where the floor is. Floor is here at 0.5. Okay, first off, let's actually go ahead and fix the material. There's something missing. Can't remember if default particle system will work because we're in URP. I think it has to be a specific one of these. Also, probably is fine. I could also reuse the sparkle particle that I'm using for the attack intents. This is also kind of what I was hoping to kind of do with this. I was gonna make the radius smaller. 0.5. I'm also going to make it exclusively emit from basically the edge. Also going to go ahead and fix the emission. So I need to set this to not be looping. 1 second. Start lifetime of 1. And start speed's probably fine. I need to add a burst of 20 should be good, and then turn off the rate over time. So now that's our effect there. I'm just going to go ahead and change the color of it. I want it to be gold. It doesn't really look that great because of the particle that we're using here. Kind of unfortunate. Think it would work better with this? Nah. Actually, hang on. Let me turn off Math Mesh visualization. It's probably actually about as good as we can get it. Let's try this. Hang on. See, that's more the effect I'm more familiar with. But I think also if we switch this over to view, that looks fine actually. That's kind of what I'm going for. I'm gonna make the start lifetime a lot shorter. I think even shorter, because I also want to speed up the particles. Yeah, something like that. You know what? I'm also going to give them gravity. I'm going to give them -1 gravity. I'm going to give them -2 gravity. I'm going to give them -3 gravity. It's kind of what I'm going for, yeah. Oh wait, you know what? I can do start speed. I just realized. Yeah, hang on. Oh wait, no, never mind. It's 3D start size and 3D start rotation. I thought I could do 3D start speed, but no. I think that gets the point across. I might actually... Hang on. Arc, burst, spread. That looks way better. That's kind of what I was going for. So let me do 0.1 so I can... Wait a minute. There we go. So I can repeat that better. I wanted to add color over lifetime. I need them to fade out. So I have one here. There we go. That's what I was looking for. And you also want to do like a size over lifetime. Yeah, that works. Just gonna bring this key of the alpha back a little bit more. So there's a little bit smoother of a fade. Alright. That'll do well enough for now. And then also, I can go ahead and do... Stop action. Destroy. And then I can make that a prefab. Get rid of it. And then we can specify that in here. Graze dodge effect. Save. Did make sure to actually set up you, right? Yeah, you have the sound. I do still need to set up some mixer groups, but that is not a priority right now. Okay. That should be all we need. And then let's try and get a graze dodge. there. I dodged the wrong way. I might actually need to, change the way that the default direction of dodge is set up. Damn it. Wait a minute. I saw the graze dodge message, but didn't actually call the thing. I didn't save my changes. Wow. I'm a perfect fucking programmer. I'm an amazing programmer. Such an amazing programmer. I fucked that up. Damn it. Come on. I'm still fucking up. How am I not hitting these? Of course, the moment that I actually implement this... There we go. That's what we're looking for. Again, it'll probably be easier when... we dodged one of them, but we still got hit by one of them. Which really shouldn't work. As it stands, right now, the window is very small. And that's actually by design, because the window can be made bigger by upgrading your agility stat. Damn it. It is actually harder to time it when I'm having to anticipate a projectile getting in. Yeah, so that's working now. Awesome. I might increase the leniency on that a bit. But also, again, part of what's going to make it easier is when we set up the actual internal target dummy system to it. In fact, I will likely make... What's definitely going to help that out is making the graze dodge target dummy have a much larger hitbox than the player normally has, and that will make graze dodges easier to hit, because even if it wouldn't have hit the player, it's still going to potentially trigger a graze dodge as long as you get the timing right. So making the graze dodge detector object have like twice the radius of the player's normal hitbox is probably what I'm thinking. That's about what I'm thinking on that. Also, I'm noticing this little face thing here has a box collider. I'm gonna get rid of that new component. That does not actually need to be there. Okay, so I think I will go ahead and work on that first, because I'm finding more interest in that. I do still want to work on the centralized components, but I do also want to tighten this up. In order to do that, I'm going to go ahead and work on the object for this. And I'm actually thinking of... instead of making it a thing that we instantiate, I kind of actually want to have it be an object that whenever it is done, I want it to then be deactivated and returned underneath the player's hierarchy. I think that's actually kind of what I want to do with it. Which means that we need to kind of hang on to a reference to it and enable and disable it as necessary. It should be easy to do. And for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a serialized private variable in the base player abilities object. Serialized fields, private. We're going to make this an entity health. And then make it the dodge after image detector. Another thing I'm actually going to do real quick is I'm going to make a method in here. Do you have the dodge state here is referenced? Does this actually get set? It sure does. Awesome, we can use that. Here's what we do. I need to make a method. I'll throw it up here somewhere. Public, vector 3. Get player target position. What does get player target position do, you might ask? Can't I just get the player and then get their transform? Well, what I'm gonna actually do is that while the player is dodging, I want enemies to fire specifically at their after image. I want them to attempt to melee attack their after image, specifically. Which I may also need to set something up to where if they're attacking the after image, they need to know that internally. So if they're... because otherwise they would miss, probably. Actually, no, because if we use get player target position to consider whether or not the enemy is in melee range of the player, then that would work. Alright, so, if the player is currently dodging, this returns the position of their after image. This method, other after image. Otherwise, it returns their actual position. This is used by enemy behavior scripts as part of how the dodge ability behaves. And then all we actually really need to do is if player status, current player state, is equal to the dodge state that we've defined, then we should return the position. In fact, we can actually read from dodge state. I think it also makes sense for us to read from the dodge after image detector. Else return transform position. And that should be used base enemy behavior controller. Actually, it might not be. It might be actor movement. Which is probably, I think there's specifically enemy movement that I can use. Enemy ground movement. Yes, so rotate towards facing target. So this is where I probably could actually add a value to auto-face behavior to ignore dodges. So yeah, here, where we do target forward, we get target.transform.position. Instead, target is a player status. So we want to do target, player abilities, get player target position. So now the enemies will specifically fire at that whenever we're dodging. Now I do also need to set something up here. We are going to need a public void place after image. So we call it dodge after image. I'm also going to go into fixed update, and then I'm actually going to define real quick. A method, which I'm going to call public void cleanup dodge after image. First we're going to check if dodge after image detector dot game object active self. Then we'll check if the player state is not dodge. And if it's not dodge, we first do dodge after image detector transform set parent we'll just do specifier on transform, and then we go dodge after image detector game object set active false. And then we need to call that in fixed update. technically speaking, we could be doing this in the dodge state as the exit state method, I believe, or on player state exit. But I do want to have this be a failsafe in case we somehow exit that without calling the exit state. And it's fine, it should be handled, it should be, like, managed by base player abilities anyways. I don't want to have to remember that as part of dodge. Okay, so now let's set up place dodge after image. First up, dodge after image detector. This is a link to an entity health. So we can actually, in this entity health, we specify damage redirect handler is our dodge state that we've cached during initialization. The dodge state itself actually has the interface for damage redirect handler. And that's just to make sure that that's set up properly. Then we can call we're going to set dodge after image well, actually, we won't. I was thinking that if we set it active now, it might potentially pick something up on the player's position, which we don't actually want to do. We want it to... Actually, technically speaking, it is on the player's position, technically speaking. So that doesn't really matter that much, but I do want to do it this proper way, which is dodge after image detector, transform. We're probably actually going to want to cache this. Is this, because we are going to use this a couple of times. We're going to do transform. We want to set parent to null. Actually, I think clear. There's a clear parent method, isn't there? No, it's just set parent. You can actually set position and rotation to be transform, position, transform, rotation. That's just a triple check to make sure that it is placing itself at the right place. Then we go back to the actual component because we need to get the game object now to set active, true. Now we have enabled this object. And that's it. Oh, wait, that's right. We actually need to place it in position. We'll copy our own transform.rotation, though. Alright, so now I can go back into player state's generic. On player state entered. And then we go player.abilities, place dodge after image at dodge start position. And that should handle it properly. So now we're going to set that up. Also probably want to make sure in base player abilities, virtual void start, we do update ability status. We're also going to make sure dodge after image detector, game object, set active false just in case. We should have it by disabled by default, but just in case. So now I'll set this up. We're going to add an empty. I call this dodge after image. We add an entity health. I should probably make sure that damage sound is handled properly when it doesn't exist. It is a scriptable object if I remember right. Let's do that. If damage sound does not exist, guard clause. Easy. That should be the only instance where that's actually used. Sure is. Alright, that works. Yeah, make sure that's only used for that. We'll make it a player. That'll be fine. Is not mortal. Can take damage. It's not mortal. Cool. We will also need Capsule Collider. Here's the important part. It is going to be radius 1, height 2. Well, that's just a circle. Or sorry, it's a sphere. I guess so. I guess it is just a sphere at the end of the day. However, I can also... I don't need to put it even with the player, because giving them some room around their feet for it to work out also makes a lot of sense. And around their head. Probably actually go with height of 3 and radius of like 1.25-ish. That's real generous. That's real generous. Actually, it might be too generous. I think 1 is fine. But leaving it with a height of 3 should be fine. It's a nice kind of aura around the player. Is how that should be handled. We do also want that to be on damageable hitbox layer. Important. And then we will disable the object. We go into you. Here's our abilities. Dodge after image. Slot that in there. So that should work. Keyword should. Let me also triple check to make sure that is mortal is actually like, yeah. Actually, I might adjust this. I don't want it to go in the negatives. So what I'm going to do is, if current health is less than 1, and then we'll check is mortal. Otherwise, we will keep current health at 1. Just like that. And that's going to be how I set that up. That way, that entity will never have less than 1 health. May also set it up with a custom entity type, potentially. Alrighty. Let's see how that works. Let's actually keep our game in the non-maximized state. That way we can kind of see this in action. We can actually see it become... It comes out of the player. And then comes back to it. It is stopping the bullets, though. That's not supposed to be happening. Why are they stopping the bullets? Let me actually triple check. Go to player state's generic. Ah, that would be why. Hang on. Okay. It's checking if the entity health belongs to the player, and we specifically set it up so that it doesn't belong to the player. So what we need to do is check if it is actually entity health up player. Ooh. That is a problem. Because the states don't actually know the player that we belong to. Okay, how about... I was avoiding doing this. But we might actually do it for this one. Get private set. I was avoiding doing this, but oh well. So now I need to check if the player we get from the entity health is not null, or is null. Let's first... After image. First check if we are the after image of the player that initiated this thing. In fact, hang on. You know what? Instead of doing all of that, we could do... If this player status variable does not get set, if player status is not in the dodge state, if not, one of two things. Entity health is equal to player status entity health, or entity health is equal to player status player abilities entity health, or I don't have a public accessor to it. I was supposed to create a public accessor to it, and I did not. Created a public accessor. Got to set that up. There we go. Now we have that. I do actually want that to be publicly accessible. It's gotta be one of those. Now that should work properly. Also, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I definitely want to set something up to where in the first couple of frames of a dodge, you should be able to input a direction to change the direction of the dodge. Damn it. Still take damage. Damn it. So that was a little too early. Oh yeah, it's so much more consistent now. It's way more consistent now. Hang on. If I go ahead and change this back into play maximized, because part of the reason why it's running like garbage is because it's running with the Unity editor. But if I full screen it, I'm still doing it way too early. Yeah, so this is way easier now. That's so much easier now. Cool. That works out pretty good. It's not entirely analogous to a certain other game's perfect dodge system because it is not anticipatory of their attack intent. It doesn't work with that. I might try and make it work with that, but I don't know. As it stands, I want it to be more analogous to how Graze worked in Toaster Crash, which was that you had to input the shotgun right before hitting Amy. And so it should be that a Graze is inputting dodge right before a projectile will actually hit you, or a melee attack. So for now, that should be good. I'll leave it like that for the moment, and now I want to get into the meat and potatoes of what I wanted to do today, which was I need a system. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick because I need to go pee. So BRB, stand by. I returned. I also got more water, so that was actually a convenient timing for me to get up and do that because I need water as well. Because I was basically out of water. Anyways, so what was I talking about doing was a central game manager type thing. The proper phrase that I'm looking for is singleton. It is going to be a singleton game management object type dealio. which is why we are in the systems. In fact, actually, I want to do this above the gameplay folder. I want this to be in the systems folder proper. We're going to call this static game manager. Remember in older versions of Unity, it would like automatically place a icon on this. Doesn't seem to want to do that this time. So that's nice. Why is it asking to remove file from project root folder? I'll move the namespace. Toaster gun. So. Similarly to what I was talking about earlier, with there being a king component that has all the references to all of the, smaller worker components. This is also going to be something similar to where this is going to be the big instance of this, and then it will contain all of the other things that handle all sorts of other stuff going on. I don't know if there's going to be a specific purpose that this particular component is going to have, other than being the callback for all of the stuff to do with this. At some point, the difficulty system should be handled through here. At the moment, game difficulty is actually just a collection of statics, which is really not great, but it works for the time being. I will have to do a lot of refactoring on that, but it's not a big deal right now. Especially considering I haven't even set up anything to actually change difficulty yet. And part of what I want to be doing with this. And so, to remember how I did this, because I had my ways of setting this up in the other thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have public static game manager instance. And I think we're actually going to have a get private set. Does that work with statics? I think that works with statics. We're going to run an awake. If the instance variable exists, if something is already here in the instance variable, we just want to destroy ourselves. Otherwise, we set instance to this. Probably also, whilst we're here, call all children objects to also set their own static instances after here. And we're specifically doing this in awake, not start. We want to do it before anything else, and in fact, we will likely want to make sure project settings. I've saved this, right? Let's save this. We're going to add. I hate this menu. I hate that they make this a drop down, and it is just impossible. Static game manager. We add this, and we're going to set it above everything. We're gonna go with... yeah, right about here, honestly. Oh, it doesn't need to go under that. Apply. Why did it move it again? Why did it move it there? Could you not, please? Something is fucking modifying it. Negative 99. So 98. Then you could be negative 99. And then the fucking Text Mesh Pro. I hate Text Mesh Pro. So, oh my god, it fucking moved it again. Wait, no, hang on. I think this is... no, because I do still want it to be before player input. Oh, but you know what? Player input is specifically setting its variable, but it's also setting it to the same value as Text Mesh Pro usually. I love Unity! I love Unity! Why is it like this? Why the fuck are you like this? Whatever. I don't want it to go before player input because player input's events could potentially call something that I don't want it to call before the static game manager is set up. Whilst at the same time, it's probably fine. My static game manager manages to set all of the instances before all of the other scripts that would be using stuff from that get called. But it should be fine. Keyword should. Alright. Why do we want to make a static game manager? Well, there's lots of reasons. There's lots of different things that we could want out of a static game manager. This can be where we reference option systems. It will likely be where we put options, configurations for the player, and we also want to keep things like what current campaign that we're doing, because there's going to be potentially multiple campaigns that I introduced through DLC. Going to have a lot of things. One of the things that I want to do today specifically is set up something that would allow us to do a controlled system for time stop. We are going to be using the generic, standard way of stopping time in Unity, which is, pausing the game, in Unity, which is just setting time.timescale to 0. However, we would like to do that in a managed way. So right. So what we're going to do for that is I'm going to create another script, monobehavior script. We're going to call this game timescale manager. And we're going to open this up. Move this to namespace. That's toaster gun. There we go. And I don't think I'm going to do anything that's going to be a slow motion. I think I will be limiting myself to just pausing and unpausing the game a moment. And for now, I'm going to do, I'm going to create public enum pause type unpaused is the default value. I'm going to create one that is going to be pause menu. Then I'll create another one that is dramatic pause. Some form of user interface is open that requires pausing the game, such as the player intended pause menu. Oops. Actually, I'll go ahead and put a summary here too. The game is not paused in any way. Used during sequences such as boss deaths and player deaths. Alright. Public pause type current pause type. We're going to make this a get private set. It is currently unpaused as default. By the way, so one of the ways in which you can do kind of telling a bunch of components on an object to do the same thing is that you would use Unity's broadcast message and send message methods. Now, send message in and of itself is performance-wise much slower than doing something more prescriptive, such as a C# event, however, this is going to be something that is done basically once per the entire fucking video game. This is going to be, as soon as you load a profile on the main menu, this object will be created. Actually, not even. I think we'll probably end up creating it right at the main menu. And as such, we could probably get away with a broadcast message. Not a broadcast message specifically, but a send message for sure. So we will have a private. This is going to be responding to a message. Void. Actually, go ahead and do public timescale manager instance. Same thing. A public get private set, and then set static instance. Which all it's going to do is call instance equals this. Saved, and then static game manager. Once we've done this, we can actually go ahead and fire that as a send message. Set static instance. notably, we do that. In fact, well, I want to do when we do destroy game object, we want to short circuit out of here. Forgot about that. Otherwise, we'd be breaking it. All right, so that can be set up like that. And actually, I'm going to change how this is read up, because we want this to be accessible statically. Then we don't need to. We can actually just do public static pause type get current pause type. Which actually, we don't need that. All we need is a return type of this. Oh, hang on. This needs to be a static. That's what I'm missing. There we go. Does instance exist? If it does, we return instance dot current pause type. Otherwise, we return unpaused. Easy. And then public static void set pause. Pause type. Pause type. First of all, if instance doesn't exist, guard clause out. Otherwise, oh, you know what else we need to do? I might not actually do just a generic set paused. What I want to do is dramatic pause should have a timer on it. Pause menu can be, pause and unpause as necessary. Dramatic pause should have a timer on it to where when it is done, this object will stop it. Also, I'm actually not going to bother with the null check here, just for performance sake. I'm going to let it assume that instance has been set, and otherwise, let it do whatever. Let it figure itself out. I'm also going to go ahead and do a comment here. Unity message, so that I know what's going on here. Called by static enter. There we go. Instead, what we're actually going to do is public static void unpause from menu. We'll do our guard clause. We'll also check if the instance dot current pause type does not equal pause menu. We don't care. Otherwise, this is where we set this up. Instance current pause type. Change it to unpaused. And then time dot timescale is 1. We will also set up real quick public event. I think we need using system. There we go. On pause type changed. Call this on pause state changed. We want to make sure that all of the methods that work for this will do that. Actually, I'm gonna return this as a bool. And at the end here, we return true. Here we call on pause state changed. This needs to be a static. So control space, not alt space. Make sure it exists and then invoke it. Oh, right. This is the sender. Sorry. Instance is the sender. And then unpaused. And then do a there we go. Pause menu. The current pause type is not unpaused, then it should return false. Otherwise, we will pause menu, timescale 0, pause menu, return true. Actually, there's a way easier way of doing this. Private void. Actually, let's do private bool set pause. Pause type. Pause type. And making this a private variable, a private method. This is gonna be way easier. Switch on pause type. In fact, type pause type, and that way it fills out, it auto-populates the switch for us. We're gonna return false on default. If unpaused, If we want to change to unpaused, we'll probably check what pause we're currently in the relevant method, I think. I'm starting to have Jamevu for the word pause. It does not look spelled right, even though it's probably spelled right. You look over at fucking Twitch, P-A-U-S-E. I'm seeing the word too many times, and now my brain does not trust it. Pousey. I have it here. Current pause type. If current pause type does not equal unpaused, return false. It'll also do the same thing during dramatic pause. Probably actually an easier way of doing this. For sure, actually. The pod type that we want to change to is unpaused. Then first check if we're already unpaused and return false if so. So current pause type is already unpaused, turn false. Otherwise, we will then call the set current pause type equals pause type. But actually, hang on. Let's grab this, make it a temporary variable. Current pause type is not unpaused. Turn false. There's definitely an easier way of setting this up. I believe we want XOR for this. Right? So if the current pause type is pause type unpaused, and we want to unpause, it should return false. which means we need to negate this actually. Or we just do is equal to. So if we don't want to unpause, we want to which means we want to pause. But the current pause type is paused. We want to return false. That's generally how this should work. You are not allowed to pause the game when the game is doing one of the dramatic pauses. Just to make it simpler on the system. That's all we need. And then I do current pause type is pause type. The time scale can then be set using is unpause as a conditional. Are we unpausing? If so, set it to 1. Otherwise, set it to 0. Easy. On the pause state changed, if there is anything subscribed to it, invoke pause type. Oh, wait, we need this first. And return true. We can use that for all of the statics here. If instance, return false. Otherwise, you know what we do? Return instance, set pause to unpause. Actually, what we want to do is if instance or instance dot current pause type does not equal pause menu. And that's how we do that. And here is going to be simpler. We don't need that or check. We can specifically set pause menu. It will fail if we are currently paused from other reasons. Then it can also set public static bool. Oh, that's right. I also wanted to set up the timer. So let's set that up. Actually, I can set this as... Well, no, I can... Hang on. So call this dramatic pause start time. We want this to be a get private set. -1. And then dramatic pause duration. The two values. Then we can go ahead. Run an update. Actually, is there a separate one? I think update does still run if time loop is 0, but I do want to check. Fixed update, late update, unparticle update. Yeah, we're fine. I know that is actually going to be a thing that we do through set. Actually, yeah. Get rid of this for a second. I'll make it handled by this. What we do is if dramatic pause start time is greater than or equal to 0, float time equals time dot unscaled time. That will actually specifically do time.unscaled time minus BPST. And then if time is greater than dramatic pause duration, we're going to do the following things. Set dramatic pause start time to -1, and then set pause pause type.unpaused. That's all we need. That'll call the onPause state change.invoke. It'll fix the timescale for us, and set the current pause type. That's all we need. If we're somehow running a dramatic pause timer and we're not actually in a dramatic pause, it's just gonna unfail. Or sorry, it's gonna silently fail. We could also make sure that we are in that state. We do I can also make it in set pause. If is unpause, we should probably make sure that dramatic pause start time is also set to -1. That'll definitely help. Cool. Alright, now let's set up the dramatic pause stuff. have a float duration equals -1. If we don't actually need to pause for a duration, then we will omit this, and we could potentially have something else handle that if necessary. So then we go. I actually run the same guard clause, I believe. And then, if exclamation mark instance set pause pause.dramatic pause turn false. Now at this point, we have already called the set pause. We've invoked all of the things. But we could actually do, I have an idea. If duration greater than 0, else dpst. Oh, hang on. We need instance.dpst. Reset to -1. Let me actually go ahead and do equals instance. Since we are getting that a lot. Do time.unscale time. And then we also do i.duration equals duration. Else we do that. Now, if we fail to actually set our dramatic pause, which granted, we can also just, like, skip all of this. By just doing that. Let's actually rename this so that I stop getting this problem. Rename this to start dramatic pause. That way I can type dramatic without it defaulting to this method. That should be it. We also have a public static bool end dramatic pause. do a lot of the same stuff, but backwards. The current pause type is not dramatic pause, return false. We'll just go ahead and set i.dramatic pause start time to -1. Which I think i.set pause does that automatically anyways. But we can still run it like this. Using var I equals instance is fine. Set pause will actually set dramatic pause start time. Oh wait, oh, that's right. This should be unpause. It needs to set it to unpause for that to work, right? Cool. Right, and this will be used for if we need to end dramatic pause early. For some reason. Okay. That should be all we need to do. So now what I'm gonna need to do... Base player abilities is abstract, but I am noticing that Kbity abilities doesn't actually have anything it needs to actually implement. I may have a generic version of the death state, potentially. Also, interestingly enough, so if I want players to define their own victory states, that actually might need to be accomplished outside of the state machine. Potentially, because the way that I should handle it is I shouldn't override the player's state until I need them to do something other than idle. So for example, Kbty's victory state is going to be very simple. We'll have a little bit of a KO or wipeout animation that shows up right when the boss dies. And then we still want Kbity to follow through. We want the player character to follow through with whatever they were doing. We will still lock their inputs, but we can do that through a separate input locking layer. But we want them to continue on doing whatever they were doing. So for example, if they were in the middle of a super attack, we don't want to override the super attack state to do the victory stuff. So we will need this to be part of base player abilities instead. Or not base player abilities, but like a component that could be handling that. We probably need to set that up then. However, death state we can actually handle as a character state because it's a death state. That's actually kind of obvious. Death state is something that should be like overriding what the player's currently doing. So what I want to do is go ahead and set this up. Public class player state death entry should be base player state. Here we want to have a constructor because we want to set our action lock to be everything. In fact, I'm actually going to go to the definition of this. She's probably doing bitwise ORs rather than pluses just to make sure I understand this. Everything! Lock down everything. What else is there? There's state type. I forget what state types there are. Normal interaction. Also used for cutscenes in the death state. That works. It is literally telling us that. Awesome. And then we do an override. Start with an on-player state enter. To do temporarily set player to the set the player's animation to unscale the time mode. Because we want to play a little death animation. Oh, you know what base player state should probably do? I state adjust camera. Implement interface. Actually, you can do 0 here. What kind of range do you want for this? Let's actually make it a variable in player status just for ease of functionality. I should probably want to make it part of the camera controller. I think all the other variables are part of the camera controller. Go to it. That's not what I wanted. Go to definition. Close that. Duplicate this. Distance to player death. And then we want it to be nice and tight up in there. Go with like 6. Really show what's going on there. In fact, actually, I'm gonna change this real quick. Let's make this actually a function. If we're in the first frame, another thing I'm probably gonna do. I have an idea. Well, let's set this up first, because the camera won't actually move because we have paused. However, I can tell the camera to move. There's a way. There is a way. What we're gonna do is first of all, player cam controller equals player cam controller. Let's qualify this. And then my hair is being unruly. I think for now we can actually do turn player current state ticks. When we first enter a state, how does this work again? Player state entered, we do that. I will probably need to make sure that current state ticks. We need to make sure a lot of things don't update when the game is paused. But that's kind of part of, par for the course of implementing a pause state. So we'll need to kind of keep that in mind. Let's go with less than 1 as a conditional. In theory, we should be working fine. And then I do, brain fart. Come on. Return cam controller. Distance to player death. Otherwise, we do cam controller. Distance to... Wait. What do you mean? Where's camera controller? I don't have an accessor for normal? Hold on, if we... Put a definition here. How is this called? If d is greater than or equal to 0, so we can actually just specify a negative number in there. So, if we are past the first tick, let's return -1. Okay, on player state entered. Game time scale manager, we want to do start dramatic pause. And I'm going to make this a player status variable for now. As crummy as that is. Death dramatic pause time. And 1.5 seconds should be good. Then we'll add a public accessor to that. Damn it. Like that. There we go. And we'll just access that from player. Death dramatic pause time. Just so that I have it serialized and editable in editor, rather than having to recompile the game every single fucking time I make a change to it. You can also set up in base player abilities. I'm going to set up the custom death state handler. We are going to have an abstract function, the first abstract function of the day, of this component, I should say, is what I meant. Actually, I could make it generic. I can make a generic version. Or even, hang on, I've got an idea. Public base player state. Actually, should be a virtual base player state. We do define custom death state. Turn null by default. Then I can set that up. So we'll do base player state, custom death state here, and then so here we have the creatability player states. This is where we want to do state equals define custom death state. If custom death state does not equal null, then set custom death state to return value, and then we need to make this a thing. Hang on. Equals this. So otherwise we'd be getting that too many times. Let's add that, and then states.add custom death state. Boom. Awesome. Back in here, what we're going to do is the player state death entry, which, by the way, should probably make sure that also gets set up. Where do we set up our default states? Here we go. Let's go ahead and make a variable for that so you can keep track of that. Where's the other places that we keep track of base player states? Oh, that's right. It's like a cached static, isn't it? Not static, but a variable. I think we have methods for it. Get neutral state. Yeah, this is how we end up doing it. Which is not great. I feel like we should be able to set that. In fact, we can. We can do this. Death entry state. Get death entry state. Of course, of this type. Which means we want death entry state. Player state death entry. Of course, set that up. Death entry state equals new player state death entry. Okay, that's gonna be how that's handled. Now, in the player state death entry, what we're going to do is if the player doesn't have a custom death state, we'll kind of just like time this state out and then trigger the normal logic. Which we'll need to kind of define what the normal logic is, but we'll get around to it. I can whack something up on our new static game manager that's just going to be a mock-up of the game over screen. But basically, override on player state tick. Now, what I think I'm going to end up doing is actually going to have a variable here. Private. Actually, I'll make it an accessible one. If we are fallback state, we can have a public get and a private set, which is false by default. But then if we determine, we can actually do, first of all, if is fallback state is false, we'll set this to true when we've tested things. And actually, hang on. Yeah, actually. We check the timescale manager. If it is get current pause type, is unpaused, which we could technically set something up. We should probably have a static boolean that's just like, is it paused? You know, or any type of paused type deal. We're currently unpaused, and we haven't checked if we have a fallback state. Here's what we do. Var custom death state is going to be player abilities custom death state. If custom death state does not equal null, immediately tell player set player state to custom death state. And return. Otherwise, uh-oh, custom death state's not valid. Fallback. Is fallback state will be set to true. And here we can do this. And I'm going to set something up here. We're going to have a constant here. Private const k underscore or float k underscore, actually not even float, we want just like int, I believe. K underscore fallback state duration ticks. And we'll go with 60 times. 3 seconds should be enough. Player.current state ticks is greater than or equal to k fallback. Actually, we'll probably make it directly equal to. Which is where we need to do game over screen. We'll hand things over to a static object. Is going to be how we set things up. Although we do also need, I'm going to put up here a to code to consider. In co-op, or actually, I'm just going to put Toko co-op behavior. Thank you for the lurks in. Here. Doing alright, doing alright. Chugging along, chugging along. Figuring things out. Already pretty far along. I've set up the game time scale manager, so now I can have dramatic pauses and also have a pause system. And the player will not be able to pause whenever we're doing a dramatic pause, just to make it easier for me to code around it. This is all in service of setting up the death state, which I have already set up something. So there's going to be a generic death state, and the player component can define a custom death state. If the custom death state is undefined, it will do a fallback behavior. I'm also going to set something up very quickly. I'm going to set up, in gameplay, I'm going to set up a run ending handler. Run ending handler. This is going to be a static component of the... Let's move to namespace toaster gun. This will be a static component of the new singleton, which means it needs to get this Unity message. It also needs public static unending handler instance get private set, like that. There we go. I'm settling for just calling send message on the game manager singleton, because it's kind of a faster and quicker way of setting this up, and it's, again, a thing that gets run literally all of once in the entire runtime of the game. Basically at boot, I think. So I'm okay with doing a send message here, even though send message is kind of icky. But it works in this context. Alright, so run ending handler. This will need to using Unity Engine.ui. Because we are going to have this call some UI stuff. Actually, if it is a UI object, that means that it should probably be in the UI folder. Nah, doesn't need to be. We want it to be part of the static singleton collection system. I think that's fine. technically means that the run ending screen could be shown at any time. But we can set up some stuff to prevent that from making things weird. So for now, let's set this up. We're gonna we're gonna make things very dead simple to begin with. We probably don't even need get, set, or good. Yeah, of course, yeah. I use that a lot, for those kinds of members. Serialized field. Private. As I was saying before, I think at the moment, all I need is a game object reference, and we're just going to, like, set active false. Or specifically set active true when this is happening. Run ending, display root. Yeah, because we're doing things dead simple for now. Eventually, I'm going to want to add features to this, such as, you know, putting things on there like the statistics of the run, you know, saying what you got killed by, all the things that you did, what level you got to, etc., how much damage you did. However, for now, I am just doing a mock-up, and so all it's going to do is just turn that object on. So we're going to start out with public static void show run ending. If instance does not exist, guard clause out. And yeah, we'll just, for now, run ending. Oh, that's right, we need instance run end. Oh. I thought because we were at a static here that would work, but, or sorry, with a static within the object that would work, but I guess that actually doesn't. Oh wait, no, here we go. Run and display root. That's what I want. Dot set active. True. I must have just like typoed and didn't realize. Alright. Which does mean that our singleton object will probably need to be a canvas. Which is fine. You know what else we need to do? Something I'm forgetting. When we actually set our instance, game object. What's the method called again? Oh wait, is it? Don't destroy on load. That's what it is. It's a static method. We want game object. We set the entire game object to don't destroy on load. Also, I think what I'm going to end up doing is, we'll probably end up also making player objects player objects be set to don't destroy on load, just to make it easier for us to, push it through things. I'm not actually sure if that's allowed. I might just make it specifically that they're set to don't destroy on load during a level transition, because I think if you set something to don't destroy on load, it sets it into a different hierarchy, I think. Which means that we can't set it as a parent of something. Which is fine. I think that the easy, simple solution to that is during a level transition, we set it to don't destroy on load, and then after level transition is done, we pop it out of the don't destroy on load. I think that's simple. That's generally speaking the way we set that up. So all should be set up. And now I can start setting those things up here. I'm going to go ahead and create a UI canvas, which I'm going to call this static game manager object. We are going to immediately turn it into a prefab. The idea is going to be if we get to this scene somehow from another scene, and that scene is already established a static game manager object, because of the way that we wrote this awake function, the one that is present in the scene will just delete itself with no problems. So, I've set this up. Should probably wanna do this. I'm going to hide the HD. We're probably going to name this player HD. May also need player HUD to be marked as don't destroy on load, but we'll probably be doing that again during a level transition instead. The idea is going to be we're going to link a player HUD to a player, which is why it is a separate object. We're not actually putting it under the static game manager object for now, because it's not necessarily a singleton. It needs to be instantiated on a per player basis. That's why I have to set it like that. Okay, so first up, we add the static game manager script. Easy peasy. Oh wait, hang on. We need to open up the prefab. Then we can add this stuff, because otherwise it'll try and make it a override. We don't need that. First up, let's also make sure this canvas is set up properly. We want this to scale with screen size. Reference resolution 1920 by 1080. I want to match height first, which I hope I set that on the other one. Might need to check. You know, what I set you? I did set you to match height. Good, good. Scale with screen size, yeah. Awesome. I am slightly knee-deep in some code at the moment, Mig. I will show you what we are working on in a second once I am kind of caught up line-wise. Alright, so I need to add the other things that are part of... In fact, I'm actually just going to go to the folder. That'll probably be easier. Scripts, systems. We can add game timescale manager. And then in gameplay, we can also add run ending handler. This is the thing that's going to be set up. So, let's go ahead and add a UI panel. Here it is. We're going to call this run ending screen. I want this to anchor to center. We'll go with 1200 by 800. Make this fully transparent. You know what I should do? Hang on. I need to go find Toaster Crash's files. I want to make the run ending screen be similar to the one that was used in Toaster Crash, because that would make sense. I just have to find it. That's cute. There it is. I want to find Catball Crash. So the folder name was Catball Crash before we changed it to Toaster Crash. Sprites. UI. I think I had a UI file. I think I had a sprite file for this. Whether or not it was the original is a question. I see intro letter blank. I'm not sure if this is the same one I used though. Oh wait, paper.png. This might have been it. I could actually probably go ahead and open up paper.png.meta. Did I slice this? I don't think I did. I'm not sure. So I feel like I definitely used like a paper texture for that. I'm fairly certain I used a paper texture for that. I could even... Hang on, let's go look at the trailer real quick. Copy it. Here. I'm going to mute tab preemptively. So I wanted to see... We have the game over screen right here. No, that's like default Unity. That is the default Unity sprite. I think.
Let's look at them.
Sure is. Well, we could do better than that. For sure, we could do better than that. That's the end of the copy. Or we don't. I'll do it later. I will do it later. And I'm just going to add some text on here so that I know what the fuck I'm looking at. Placeholder. You died, lol. Alan, please add game over screen. That's kind of all we really need to add for now. Cool. Which, for now, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that that's turned off. We did set it up to automatically turn itself off, but just in case, just to keep things clean, we'll make it stay off. Alright. That should now be handled, but we have not actually handled death state. We have made the death state, but now we need to actually die. In order to do that, I'm gonna need, player status. Let me check through our methods real quick. Don't currently have anything in the player status that is subscribing to an entity event. Should definitely change that. We'll do that in start. Do it here. Let's actually kind of push this out. I'm starting to see we're good. We have a lot of code in start. Let's try and compartmentalize it. Private void initialize state Just call it initialize player state. And I can move all of that into there. Awesome. Also go ahead and make another method whilst we're already compartmentalizing things. I'll leave all the prototype stuff in here, as well as the HUD manager thing. But we will make another method because we might need more entity hooks later. Void set entity hooks. Let's also make sure, do we have a on destroy already? I don't see an on destroy, so we're gonna need to set that up as well. We'll make sure in start, we'll call set entity hooks. And of course, we want a private void clear entity hooks. And we want to make sure we're calling that from on destroy. Cool. Here's what we do. We do we grab our entity health from our automatically caching component reference. We do... I don't need anything from on damage at the moment. At the moment. But specifically what I want is on entity death. We will subscribe with something that we automatically get from Visual Studio. We'll keep it as entity up on entity death. Duplicate this line to put it into clear entity hooks to make a unsubscribe event. Alright, and then on entity death, we're gonna just do set player state. Get death entry state. That should be it. Now, we need to go around and make sure that things should not be running when the game is paused. First thing I actually wanted to do, let's go to the camera. Player camera, damn it. I need to move that. Player camera controller. I think actually the easiest way, this is probably not the most performant way. Technically speaking, the more performant way would be that this needs to... Oh, you know what? Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it the proper way. I'm gonna do it the proper way. Probably load. Run in unscaled time. Actually, it probably doesn't need to be public. Let me make it private, which means it needs to be lowercase r. And then what we do we already have a on destroy? I don't see one. So we'll need to make sure we do that on destroy. This doesn't need its own methods, because it's only going to be subscribing to one thing. That one thing is going to be, of course, Game timescale manager. On pause state change plus equals that. Also make sure that we unsubscribe from it. It's flat. Unsubscribe from it and on destroy. Minus. Here we're gonna have if E is equal to dramatic pause, we'll run in unscaled time equals true. But actually, we can just set this to be the value of this. No need for an if statement at all. Boom. Nice and clean. What's one run unscaled time gonna do? Well, that could be used down here. I believe the only time variable we use here is delta time. So we'll be using that. If run in unscaled time. Actually, we can just hang on. What we do is run in unscaled time. Conditional. And if we're not, we do that. But if we are running in unscaled time, we do time dot. Is there an unscaled delta time? Yes, there is. Unscaled delta time. Awesome. Thank you, Unity. That way, the camera controller will actually move around during the death state. So that way we can have it zoom in on the player as they're getting hit lethally. Alright. Other things that need to be done. Player status. I think for this, we're gonna go ahead and set up probably just a private pool. Actually, I'll make it a public get private set pool so that we can use it in other things. Actually, just call it is paused. It will be a generic kind of thing. Honestly, it's mostly going to be used by that thing. And then we can actually go find that new thing, the set entity hooks. Do you want to make sure that these methods are right next to each other so that we can immediately copy over the unsubscribe. Game timescale manager. On pause state changed. Plus equals. Tab to insert a automatically generated thing. Move that below entity health on entity death. And then we will duplicate this to create the unsubscribe. Wonder if there is a, like, more concise interfacey kind of way of doing that, I wonder. For now, we can simply set is paused can be set to whether or not E does not equal unpaused. Because that's the only one we actually care about. Which, by the way, actually, hang on. I might have messed up how we wrote the camera controller one. No, we did. Dramatic pause. We only want it to run on scale time if it's a dramatic pause. Because the other type of pause is a menu pause, such as the pause menu. That's how that should work. Back to pause, go to player status. And the whole point of this is that I want to find fixed update. Fixed update. Here. The current player state does not equal null. We only want to increment current state ticks. In fact, actually, we could probably just go ahead and pull out of this entirely. Let's actually just we'll pull this out into its own method and then have that method short circuit or guard clause if we're paused. Public void tick player state. I actually don't use time here. I wonder what that was supposed to be for. That here. Might have been vestigial code from when we were doing the really janky state setup from before. Right. So now, we can actually simplify this down into a guard clause instead. So if current player state is null, which I'm gonna do this as the second condition, and the first condition will be is paused. And then, if so, turn. We probably don't need a full thing here. But maybe we do. And then shift tab. There we go. And that can be part of that. Other things that should probably be handled. Everything in the input handler's update should probably not happen. It's like one of those things being, when we're using mouse aim, it'll snap the mouse to the cursor, or to the crosshair. We don't want to do... I'm trying to figure out if there's anything here we do want to do when we're paused. And I'm thinking probably not. I do want to move the crosshair still. I want to move the crosshair, but we will, generally speaking, break our targeting if we are paused. But yeah, so we could probably just chuck that into this condition here. You can basically just do and player status is paused needs to be false. And everything else should be allowed to run during this update. probably need to make sure that we cannot... Okay, find a attackable target. We can guard clause this if we're paused. I think that's easy. Player status is paused. Return. Guard closet. Find interactables. We could probably do the same basic art class for that. Or we leave it as is. We'll leave it as is. Handle reload input. We could probably guard clause this. In fact, this is a specifically ticks held reload. Yes, we want to guard clause this. Do not increment this or do anything with this value if we're paused. We can actually, we already have a guard clause here, checking if the input action reference container exists. Again, we gotta do a better way of doing that, but eventually we'll figure it out. Otherwise, we'll do player status is paused. Guard clause out. That handles the reload input. Have we checked interact input? We've checked interact input. No, that's find interactables is what we checked. Handle interact input. We definitely want to do the same. Guard clause. Is paused. Return. Handle aim down sights input. This can stay, actually. This can stay, actually, partly because, brain fart. Ability inputs, we could probably also let it stay that way. Actually, no, we don't. This, we definitely want to have it not do that is paused. Make their status is paused. We could just create a accessor from input handler that would just ask player status, but so everything to do with the aim down sights input is actually handled through the state machine. As such, the state machine already pauses if the game is paused. Also, I need to go to the bathroom. I need to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna run an ad break. Everybody take a stretch break, and yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, let's get back into it. You know what else needs to definitely be set up to respect whether or not the game is paused? That's right, enemies. Enemies need to be updated of that. Enemies, I believe, do have... They have some hooks, and I'm probably going to need to set up separate methods for that. Where's your on destroy? What do you mean you don't have an on destroy? Oh, there it is. Okay. We'll do this right above. Public. Sorry, this should be private. Void. Set. Hooks. I really should need an if entity health. But oh well. And we'll also do game timescale manager on pause state changed. Subscribe to that. I don't know where the entity health subscriptions are. They're probably all the way at the bottom. Where are they? Oh, there they are. Put them right below. I'm going to duplicate this method for clear entity hooks. Change all of these into minus. And that's going to be what we call an on destroy now. Cool, yeah. Alright. Once again, we're just gonna do a boolean is paused. False by default. And then is paused. It's going to be whether or not E is equal to... Sorry, if it's not equal to the pause type unpaused. Player movement probably doesn't need it because it's already mostly going off of delta time, I believe. Yeah. Like, fixed update's fine. Oh wait, no, because we do have ground time ticks, air time ticks. Okay. So we need to set that up then. We need if not is paused, which does need to be set up. Hang on. Generate variable as a property. Yes. I don't know where that put it. Where did that put it? All the way at the end. Ah, fuck it, I'll leave it there. Actually, wait, no. Player movement is... I don't need that, actually. What I actually do is instead... player status is already tracking that. Player status is already tracking that, so I don't actually need that. I can go back to fixed update. And then all of these things are tracking the time spent in grounded or airborne. We're done in those. Awesome. That should be all we need. I will also need to do the same thing with actor movement. I just remembered. Which, at some point, player movement needs to inherit from actor movement. At some point. Ooh, but that means that actor movement... Actor movement... It is not an abstract. Frick. You know what? I'm gonna do it the lazy way. No, because that means that all the enemies are gonna have to... I'm gonna do it the lazy way. I'm gonna do it the lazy way, just because I am running this out. It's entirely what we have this for. Game timescale manager. Get current pause type. If that does not equal unpaused, guard clause. I'll throw it to consider. I really don't want to have to subscribe to the event here, but also I don't want every enemy calling home every frame. It's possible that actor movement is going to need its own, like, entity hooks. Similar to both the player and, something else. I think enemies actually do have entity hooks themselves, but, no. That all should be fine. I think base player abilities we also need to check. Because we do actually have Tick Dog Charge. Those are all off of Delta Time. That'll already be 0. Or will it? It will not, actually. Now that I think about it. Which for now we're gonna do if Player status is paused. Return basic guard clause. Duplicate to also put that in tick tactical. Where that would be. Hang on. Copy that now. Tick tactical. No. Tick tactical recharge. Save. Clean up dodge after image can still run. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, that works. Weapons. We're probably going to need to check to make sure that weapons are respecting that as well. We do have, in fact, ticks that we need to worry about, so... let's compartmentalize this. This needs to be compartmentalized. Private void tick drawn states. We do a similar thing. We have a player status reference on this, right? Oh, it's equipped to player, right? Because we're an equipable weapon. We can use that to check that, which is convenient. Also, if equipped to player is invalid, we also want to guard clause out. And then we can move this in here. Why did my text change size? Put tick drawn states there, and let's also put private void tick reload state. We can move this into there. And we do the same thing. If we don't have a player guard clause, if we do have a player, but the game is paused, then guard clause. Should be good. Do we have an update? Oh wait, I'm in enum. Get out of that enum. Update. We do not have an update. We only have fixed update. Cool and good. Weapon behavior will probably need to be checked. Go to base weapon behavior. In general, you should just be like starting at anything that is called from fixed update. Clip. Do we not have like a actual thing here? Maybe look at weapon behavior generic ballistic. Here we have a fixed update. Do we have an update? We do not have a fixed. We do not have a non-fixed update, so this is where we go. Oh boy! I did not realize that generic ballistic had this kind of dealio in fixed update. I should be compartmentalizing this better. But for now, I'm not gonna deal with it. To do ugly compartmentalize was actually I'm gonna put that at the top of the thing because I need to put up here this. We can get player like that. Cool. Works. Actually, a quick check in enemy status. I think we've already fixed or checked enemies. That all should be good. So for now, that should be good. Alright, let's see if we can die. I think we've gotten everything we need for that. So we shall... Oh wait, you know what? Projectile ballistics. Projectile ballistics, where are you? Projectile ballistics. Oh, that's right. We actually use time.fixedTime, which means that projectile ballistics actually doesn't even need it because time.fixedTime doesn't move when time is stopped. Obviously. So then that'll work. Alright, so then that should actually be functional. Let's see if we can die. Oh wait, you know what? It's gonna take us 9 million years. So instead, we'll find you. Let's just set the enemy's level to be something absurd, like level 30. That should boost damage by 8%. I think that should be, like, 290% damage, I want to say. Or 390%? We'll see. Oh, it's more than it was before. But zoomed in, it is not actually finished. Let me take a look at Game Timescale Manager. If dramatic pause start time is greater than or equal to 0. Do start dramatic pause. If duration is greater than 0, I.dramatic pause start time. Time.unscaled time. You set the duration to be the duration value. We are definitely calling start dramatic pause. Right? Yes. Which it is using player.death dramatic pause time. Clear status. Death to dramatic pause time is 1.5. Well, let's attach the debugger. Let's get debugging. Throw a breakpoint here. When we figure out that our time. Meow. Take your protocol tensei. Meow. Thank you very much for the hat pats. How are you doing? Yes, yeah, we've done that. Let's see if we actually hit that breakpoint at all. We do not hit the breakpoint. Interesting. We're definitely running i.set pause. We do set our pause to the pause type.dramatic pause. Oh, hang on. I fucked this up. We're resetting the timer under the wrong condition. So I need to fix that. That should now work properly. By the way, we can do a perfect dodge now. Oh, it's so much easier to do the perfect dodge now. Now that we've added those, the larger hitbox. There we go. Now we hit the breakpoint. Let's unbreakpoint that now. And then in a few seconds... I said in a few seconds... Why are we not bringing up the thing? Let's take a look at player states generic again. That would be why. Didn't implement it. Would have helped if we implemented it. Run ending handler. Show run ending. Boop. To do other logic. Because obviously we want to show more stuff on that screen. You'll notice that if we... yeah, so it'll actually fire at the previous dodge position, because we've set that up now. And there we go! You died, lol. Alan, please add game over screen. done. Sacred Protocol, CC Flamehead, how are you doing? Also, I definitely just completely screwed up my tracking because I was sweeping my arms out. There we go. Ooh, fun. Do I have enough time? Do I have enough time to make Katon's death? Which I know is a wild thing for you to tune into, but I swear it makes sense. Problem is, I don't have. I want to make the sounds for it. I don't think I have time to do like the audio engineering I want to do. I can use a placeholder sound. I probably shouldn't, but I can use a placeholder sound. And by placeholder sound, I mean, if I go to my Dropbox, resources, sounds, not owned by me, Mega Man X, I could just drop in the death sound from Mega Man X. Actually, I mean, I can just... I have an idea of what I want to do. I can do a placeholder sound, where I just take a sound that I can actually use, such as here. Is this what I think it is? Oh, I don't think this is what I want. Oh, I'll take that. That's here. How are you guys doing? As far as here. Is it this sound? It's probably this sound. Yeah, that's what we want. First of all, let me do Kirby Q. That kind of soften this up by cleaning up the higher end of it. I should move all of this stuff up. I want to move this back because I have a feeling the frequency I'm looking for is back there, or it might not be. I'm gonna have that up, but then... That seems like a good spot for it. And then I want to do change pitch. We are doing, we have the Mega Man X death sound effect at home. Hang on. I'm gonna need to come out here to the end of the sound and generate silence. I'll do 1 second of silence. And then join that together. There we go. And then effect, change pitch, so that'll be a bit easier. That sounds about right. Sounds even better with the high quality stretching. Sounds suitably retro. It's probably absolutely clobbering the actual waveform. What if we start from here? Not kind of do like that little glitchy at the beginning. Right, and then I might actually need to extend the silence a little bit more, actually. It's gonna need to be slightly longer. And then I come in here to echo. We do delay time seconds of 2. 4, and then decay factor of 4. It needs to be faster. That's pretty good. That's really good, actually. I might actually change the decay factor to be 0.6. Yes. Now that does get clobbered a little bit at the end, so I will select over here, usual trick, and just throw a fade out at the end there. I said throw a fade out at the end there. Does not look like it's fading out. That's close enough. That's pretty good. We've made Mega Man X death sound at home. Perfect. I'm gonna need to blur screen because I don't know where this is gonna lead. Export as wave. Let's go in here. Death sound K-Ton. Don't need anything else there. I can blur screen now. Go in here. Sounds, gameplay, player, K-Ton. And I gotta just go find that. Here. Death sound K-Ton. Awesome. Alright, and I'm going to do something special here. Going to do... I'm trying to decide how I want to set this up with generic text handler. Do I want to instantiate it, or do I want to simply enable disable it? Or do I want to make this something that is per character? I think this is going to be our first per character effect. So let's go. Let's do this. Script. Nope. Scripts, not scenes. Scripts. Entities. Layer. I actually have a folder for K-Ton. In base K-Ton. In the K-Ton folder, we're going to create a new script. Layer effects. K-Ton. I actually misspelled that. Rename, make this a lowercase. It's not actually lore accurate to how that's spelled, however, it makes it look nicer in the editor. See here, it's the Kate space and, which is not right at all. Here it is now K space Ton, and that is closer. There we go. Okay, and then we do move to namespace toaster gun. player generic effects handler. It did have a player status thing. I'm just gonna go ahead and copy that. And we're gonna set up some stuff. Serialized field. Private. We'll do a sound and a particle system. We probably actually we'll have a generic one-shottable audio source that can be used for one-shots. If you want to do a randomized audio resource, we have the disposable prefab that we'll have to use. So keep that in mind. Okay, so, particle system, death particle effect. And then, of course, I want to we'll do audio clip, death audio clip. And yes, this is going to be specific to Katon because other characters can potentially handle this in a much different way. I'd imagine Olivia's is probably going to be the one where there's going to be like animation to it, so she's not going to immediately start playing a particle system or an audio clip. Those are going to play kind of like a second into it. Because she's basically going to do like a Dark Souls death, where she kind of, you know, very slowly collapses to the floor, and then she starts to have the dissolve effect. And so that's why we want to set that up in a different way. Actually, you know what? You know what we're gonna have to do? We need to actually have this inherit. We actually do need to have this inherit, so that we don't have to worry about trying to find this motherfucker. And we just convert it when necessary. Go to player generic effects handler. I'll just make this player generic effects handler. So this can also handle the other things, and we'll attach this alongside it. Can also cache this as a reference in the abilities component as necessary. So all we really need here is a public void do death effects. I'm also, this is kind of a prototype thing. Technically speaking, I want to do this in a better way, especially because we have to like attach weapons to the character. Death hide root. In fact, in general, I think when we die, we're probably going to want to unequip, or sorry, unholster, essentially, quote unquote, holster our current weapon. So when we do our death, hide root. Set active false. And then death particle effect play. Death, that's right, hang on. I actually need to go to player generic effects handler. And let's actually add audio source. Generic one-shot audio source. And actually set this as a serialized field so I can specify that on an object basis. And that way we can do generic one-shot audio source, play one-shot, death audio clip. There we go. And now I just set those up. I'm not actually done with code, actually, because you know what I need to do? I need to actually create that. In fact, what we're gonna need to do, player state generic here. We go into the Kton folder and we're gonna create a mono behavior script. Player states Kton. So you have the player states generic script is where we have all of the states that are generic, and then this is gonna be, first of all, we will move to namespace, but we will actually get rid of this. Don't need it. Player states generic is in the main toaster gun namespace. Yes. Because what we're actually going to do here is public class player state Kton death, which inherits from base player state.
So this time he's out here himself. I guess he's after Metal Gear.
Generate constructor.
Metal Gear has enough strategic clout.
Action lock
Military
will be everything.
Like you said, history repeats.
State type equals state type interaction.
Both of you are just weapons to be used and thrown away.
Just weapons to be used on the battlefield.
And a weapon has no right to think for itself. Now,
Stop it. I'm not a weapon.
I do actually want to go into base Kton abilities, and then we're going to I'm going to use the component referencer, but I'm not actually going to use get component. Instead, we're going to do so player affects Kton. So we first check if our cast reference of effects handler is null. If it's null, which technically speaking, have I not updated this snippet? Because we can actually run like this. Effects handler, because you know, Unity objects, fun fact for people who are new, because I do this all the time, Unity objects have an inherent Boolean conversion that is essentially a fast null check. It's, you know, syntactic sugar for is equal to null, or is not equal to null, I should say. which is convenient, especially considering the fact that, like, Unity doesn't like you doing a null coalescing thing, because Unity will sometimes hang on to garbage entities to handle a bunch of various engine quote-unquote features. So, this kind of the compromise is that I can do this. If effects handler is not valid, and player status dot generic effects handler is a player effects kton BFF. Then we can set effects handler to the return value of that. So we test if it is of the type player effects kton, and then we cache that in this reference. Do actually, whilst we're in here, we can override define custom death state. That's the entire point of this. Return new player state kton death. You know, I've got some time. You know what else I'm gonna do? I'm going to create the thing that's gonna show up when Decaton dies. Actually, I do want to prioritize getting the actual, like, main part of the death effect done. But basically, I want to throw up a UI element right after her death particle effect goes off. That's going to be, you know, the mission failed little UI that's kind of inspired by Mega Man Zero. Do something along those lines. But for now, what we do is we override state entered, at which point we're going to do we are unfortunately going to need to cast generic effects handler to player effects kton, of course. That's fine. Actually, you know what? Something I'll probably want to do is we can have anything that is a character unique state should probably have a little special something. Actually, when the player state's generic. Actually, no, this should be in the thing. Public class base player kton state. Base player state. We want this actually to be an abstract. We do not want anything to directly pull from base player kton state. Can't remember if base player state itself is. It's not. It's full, right? Or oh, I could be getting bamboozled. No, base player state is in fact not abstract. Oh well. My base player state serializable. I don't think it needs to be serializable. I do not think it needs to be serializable. I'm going to make that not. Thank you very much. There's no reason for that to be serializable. I'm trying to think, because the thing is that, it will just be its own method. Oh, that's right, it's base Katon abilities. Just probably rename. Make it a get private set, and then have a public void set ability component reference base Katon abilities AC. Abilities reference equals AC. That should be all we really need for now. Now I can have Playstick Keton Death inherit from that, which means it will inherit and we have that. We also do need to make sure base Katon abilities. Need to make sure that actually gets set here. Actually, let's set up a private. Actually, let's make it protected. Void base player on state. Create state with reference. Base player Katon state. Oh, why did I put void if I'm returning a base player Katon state? Good question. Set ability component reference this. Return state. So then we can simplify this down to return create state with reference. New player state Kton dev. That simplifies that down to one line. All right. There is definitely a simpler way of doing that. I think we want to. I think if we used like a T type, a template type of some sort, we might be able to simplify that, squash that down, so that there's less copy pasting going on. But for now, it's going to be copy pasting. Probably wouldn't be a huge deal to do that refactoring. All right. Now we have our abilities reference. On player state entered. This should be the Kton abilities, which means we want... Yep. Effects handler. And do defense. Awesome. Should be all we need for that. To do voice death sound. I kind of do want to do that. There's like some minor voice acting I want to do in this game. Just a little bit. To add some flair every now and then. And then I just want tick. And for now, the tick is going to time out at a set time. But what I'm gonna do rather than that is that I want to make the resulting object that does the mission failed thing. I want that to pull the run ending screen when it's ready. But for now, on player state tick to do let the mission failed animation handle this instead. And we're just gonna do it at a hard-coded time for now. If player ticks is equal to 60 times with 5. Oh wait, no, we want this to be directly equal to. Then run ending handler dot show run ending. For now, that's all we need. We probably do, at some point, also want to set something up to where certain buttons, when inputted, will skip these animations. Is something we'd probably want to do. Okay. That should mean that all of that is now set up, and now all we need to do is create those effects. So, we're actually gonna need to remove the player generic effects. Actually, wait. I think I can do this. Debug. Watch this. I'm about to do what's called a gamer move. Do I have errors? I don't have errors. Why did this not work? You're inherited from player generic effects handler. Let's make these serialized variables protected instead of private. Come on, Unity. Normal. Why did it break? What do you mean? Did they, like, patch this out? Is this no longer possible with Unity? Also, I have something stuck in my mouse. Get out of there. Get out of there. I'm gonna remove component, and then I'm gonna go back into normal mode. Wait a minute. Script class cannot be found. Make sure that there are no compile errors and the file name and class name match. What do you mean? Huh? Oh! Why didn't it rename the file? Hold on. Wait. Wait a minute. Copy this. What is the... Kill this. Let me restart Visual Studio. Something isn't right here. I mean, here it is. What? Let's rename it to this. What is going on with you, Unity? I'm going to go insane. What is going on here? It's showing up down here with the new name. But save changes. Save your purple Felix. Unity's being weird today. Unity is being real fucking weird today. He's weird every day. Yeah, real. It seems to be having a problem with the case sensitivity of this script name. It's not... I can't actually tell if it's renaming the script properly or not. In fact, it's not, like... See, okay, so now we've updated that. Cool, okay. So... Get rid of the garbage I added at the end. Hit enter. Reload domain. Import assets. Now we have a mono behavior here. Allegedly. So we go here. Do player effects Katon. There we go. Okay. Now, I do want to set up the generic one-shot audio. So, audio source. Let's set this up. Spatial Bum 3D. Min distance 10, max distance 900. Doppler level 0. Don't play on awake. We'll set the output some other time. Alright. Here's dodge effect, prefab itself is a game object, so we can find them assets. Raise dodge effect. Here it is. Generic one shot can be set to this. Now we can start getting all of this fixed. We're going to add an empty here. Actually, don't add an empty. Instead, we're going to add a particle system. We're going to call this my brain can work. Katon death particles. Which this is actually going to be a little bit complicated. You can actually also go look up. That is not what I was hoping. There are actually 8 directions to the death effect in, like, Mega Man 1. You look at Mega Man X Death GIF. Oh, that's right! That's how that works in Mega Man X. So if I wanted to be faithful to that, it would look like that. But, oh, you know what? You know what death effect I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of the death effect in Mega Man 0, I think. Which I'm not finding. Decide on a name for this new project. Toaster Gun. It's been decided for a while. Or Toaster Gun Meow It's Personal is technically the working title. I am going back and forth on whether or not it needs the subtitle. But actually, so if I actually do, I did set the project thing. So it does say Toaster Gun, they can use Toaster Gun, and that gives you the full thing. Yay. Cool. I cannot find a GIF of the death animation from Mega Man Zero, which is slightly pissing me off. So for now, what I'm gonna end up doing, I'm just gonna go off of what's in my head. I'm gonna go off what's in my head. Kind of position our camera to where the camera would be. But I've been meaning to do something. I need to actually just place the player on the floor. Cool. There's a camera around here. Look at the group chat. You gotta come back to Black Ops 6. I don't wanna. Oh, that's a really cute picture, by the way. The finished yummy thingamadingy. Hang on. I give a heart to that because that's really good. John Black Ops! Oh no! Oh no! I'm gonna have to spend the next hour and a half downloading Black Ops 6, aren't I? Oh dear. I think I do actually have space on my hard drive to download Black Ops again. Man. You're really pulling me in like this, huh? They really made it. They really did it. Wait for after the update? Yeah, okay. I mean, fire it up just so that I have it on hand. Amy, do you know a video I could go look at that has what it looks like when you die in Mega Man Zero? That also tracks. You've got a point there. You've got a point there. If I can find a GIF, if I just Googled Mega Man death, I can find a GIF of the classic Mega Man death. If I Googled Mega Man X death, I have a GIF of the classic Mega Man X death. I can't find the one from Mega Man Zero though, and I don't feel like looking through videos to find somebody dying in Mega Man Zero. Nobody, takes video of them dying in Mega Man Zero, or in games in general. So I'm just gonna go off of what's in my head right now, which is just 4 directions of the orbs. Which, as it stands, this is gonna be a placeholder, and then I'm gonna improve it later anyways. So, we open editor, and actually you need to move you up there. First, shape, or change this to a circle. I'm going to set duration to 0.1, turn looping off. And then we're actually going to set a burst of 4. We do need to rotate the circle 90 degrees. Oh, that's position. 90 degrees on the x-axis. And then we set the spread to burst spread. And that way it'll always go in those 4 angles. And I am actually going to position this slightly up on the y-axis. And then I'm going to need the start size to be like 5. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Let's reduce the start speed a little bit. They're gonna be blue like Katon. Maybe lighter blue. Should probably help if I used default particle instead. Actually, I probably got a sprite I could whip up real quick. Hang on. Actually, I have an idea of what sprite I could use there, but for now I'm gonna leave it like this. But I do need to make sure Play on Awake needs to be set off. Turn that off. Why is it lagging? It's weird. There we go. Make that lighter. And then what do I want to do? We're gonna set up the size over a lifetime. This is gonna be wacky. We're gonna start out with this kind of thing. Just going to make it get smaller as we go. However, we're gonna do something very cursed, which should not be done with the particle system. I'm actually going to make all of these broken. Make sure all of these are linear. There. Now I'm guessing you guys can see the vision we're going for. Actually have this kind of... Actually, we do want to reverse this. There we go. Should make it a little bit faster. Make the initial spike much faster. Like that, yeah. Perfect. Okay. And then we do a plus. 0.1, not looping. And then start speed of 2. Start size of 5. Copy the color. Don't play on awake. I don't know why it does that automatically. Also, we don't want to rate overtime. Then I do the same 4 count burst. Oh, but you know what? I am going to need to make sure that this gets rotated the proper way. I am now realizing. We need this to be in, like, world space. Actually, yeah, world space. That should work. Now, if I rotate you, get rotated, idiot. And I look at your death particles. Nope, it still rotates it the wrong way. Fuck! Damn it. I'll set something up. I can set something up. I can fix that, actually. How's the cat ball doing? Doing alright. I'm probably just gonna make it so that in... Where'd my C# go? Oh, yeah, I closed it because it was being weird. Let me reopen that real quick. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make... when we call this, I'm gonna make it set up the transform to inverse. Just for now. I need like effects Kton. Where's effects Kton? Where effects Kton? Where it is? Death particle effect transform. Nope. We'll set world space rotation to identity, which should locally rotate it properly regardless. Keyword should. That's what we always say. So we'll reset this so that we're reviewing this properly. Yeah, so now that's going in the right direction. Okay. Almost done, almost done. I'm actually just going to copy module, paste module. I'm also realizing, hang on. I need to give this a thickness of 0. It needs to emit from a constant location. Copy module, paste module. So now there's 2 sets of particles. And I should probably set this to 1.5. And then the important part, copy size over lifetime module, paste. So now they're both doing the scaly thingy. Cool. Actually adjust their lifetimes to be a little bit shorter. gonna make the blinking a little bit faster. Yeah, and like offset them from each other, honestly. Yeah. That also makes it look pretty good. Alright. We also need to change your particle to this one. There we go. Looks much better that way. You'll probably also want to go ahead and set them both to have a color over lifetime. And that's simply just going to be to fade it out. Copy module. Paste module. Nice. But to probably actually have it go a little earlier, because we do kind of have it stop blinking halfway through, so that makes sense. Nice. Okay, cool. That finishes that, and then I'm just gonna... We don't need an audio source, so all we need to do is set this up. I don't think we imported the sound, so let's get the sound imported. Actually, no, I did, right? Yeah, that's sound Kton. Okay, so... Go... Audio clip, Kton. Now set the particle effect as this. Hide root, we're just going to hide this capsule for now, and then later. I do actually need to, like, parent the face of the capsule. That should have been done a long time ago. This is just entirely for me being able to tell what way the character is facing before I added the weapon. Alright. I think everything is set to go. Let's go die. Oh my gosh, of course. There we go. Oh, that's good! Ooh, the gun is still there. Oh well. Alright, this is good. This is good. Also, we probably shouldn't be able to target things whilst we're in game over state, but that's fine. Cool. That's a good stopping point. Lovely. At least for now. I can go ahead and go over to here. To my Trello, and I do want to kind of put some stuff in here. This is functionally the same. It might need some more testing and making sure things don't fuck up, but generally speaking, this is working well enough. Enemy projectile behavior is done. I don't know why I have that still in framework. Don't have the orbs spawned yet. That's fine. Start weapons. Hey, death states, we are doing. Which I'll leave it here for now. I'll go ahead and create a checklist. Gamedev. I'm just gonna add here UI animation for mission failed is gonna be the next thing that I want to work on. And then obviously, improved placeholder particle effects. I'm actually kind of happy with how the sound turned out. I will still probably want to add just like a generic death grunt, like a ah. That's somewhat more reminiscent of like X4 era Mega Man, I think, has that kind of thing. I believe Mega Man X4, when X-Zero dies, they do have like a grunt and also the explodey. Yeah, so that's a good spot. Yes, I know, Olivia, I know. I've made my compromises with the management on whether or not I was doing game dev today. Yeah, that should be good. That should be a good stopping point for now. Yeah. Alright, we'll flip over into chatting scene. And then we are going to work on finding somebody to drop in on. We actually go ahead and click stop raids. Yami want to do plugs so that Yami doesn't get sad that he doesn't do the plugs. And then whilst that's going on, I'm going to check my raid browser. As far as other things are going to go on, I'm definitely taking a break tomorrow. Saturday, we're going to do Catgirl Craft as usual, which is the Minecraft server SMP that we play with friends. Not sure what we're going to be doing there, other than just, you know, the general, you know, fixing things with the train station supports and whatnot. And also probably figuring out whether or not we do want to do a second platform. We probably aren't going to end up doing the second platform, just because that is a huge fucking project. And there's the plugs. Who ended up doing the plugs? Oh, Hannah did the plug. Hannah stole it from Amy. Yuki is on. Oh, we're rating. Oh wait, Yuki has fucking 59 viewers. Damn, Yuki does not need it. But we could. Viewers are high. Let's see who else is on. Dang, she got permission from Diami. I told her to. I'm so proud of her. Yeah. Okay, good stuff then. Miguel is, of course, on. But we have rated Miguel pretty recently, so obviously we want to switch that out. He is playing Kingdom Hearts, apparently. So that is an option. Minra doing a Sonic Boom tier list? Or some sort of tier list. I think it's Sonic Games tier list. Has been up for 3 hours. Yuki is a possibility. As is Nova. I think we actually end up running on Ia, I think. Comfier with Ia. Any input from the ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between? Any input? So probably be Ia. Pull Ia's channel out over here. Well, there's no, what's the word I'm looking for? If there's no objection, then we'll probably do Ia then. What else? I want to do raid message, but I'm trying to think if I had an idea. I was gonna do like, Alan, please add game over screen. That's gonna be our raid message. I'm gonna do toasters. Toaster. Alan, please add game over screen. And that's going to be our special raid message for today. You can unlock that emote using channel points. It is very affordable here. Otherwise, the free version is there. Or you can simply type Alan please add game over screen. And we're going to drop in on here. So I'm going to start that raid. And get that running. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, everything in between, thank you very much for tuning in to my stream. I'll see you guys next time I'm on. Until then, this is Katon, over and out.